Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your fur style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Commando. Deadeye. Commando. Psy-Freak. Saboteur. Sentinel. Saboteur. Deadeye. Psy-Freak. Deadeye chosen. Sounds good. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the... The bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die. It's in your grasp. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death. But some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Dragged another. Delicious. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The Morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress. Blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. That's going to leave a mark. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. The sound... It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. It's just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Slash. What? Wow, wow. End it. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives.
Come, Reaper.
He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why.
Kutuvun poputore, miss.
He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up.
Ugambun ang ugagad yebroma wuf.
He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed.
Le yayato tu lua ba volua.
There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true.
Ugambun ang ugagad yebroma wuf.
The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad.
Loma toaha ba lo yualu.
The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past.
Loma toaha yunulua untula.
It's a scar you're covering under that eye patch, isn't it? But he would have recognized you anyways. You look exactly like your Muma.
Mao maoya. Tu wawu.
There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end.
Koyevun. Tuvun bonon pilfov ugvuhu vobra boom.
He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back. But he's grateful you have.
Loma utulu ba yowo.
After the old village was destroyed and you disappeared, a struggle between the families erupted, and over time, the disciples turned against each other.
Valu alo hero. Loma utulu ba yowo.
Had it not been for the Tree of Life, asks if you were tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if you're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder somehow. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's key energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle, and only time will tell. At least his intention is to dedicate his life to it. He has the feeling the fate of the world depends on it. You need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be Oh, it'll need a continuous flux of ki over the 12 months to come, so countless, he'd say. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters are... The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxinol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eater's DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Murkpuff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the northwest route. Nocco has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoofpuff at the end of the east route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Googlide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porkypuff at the end of the route to the southeast.
Yeah, move furbo. Boom, Miami.
Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own.
Miami, Tuluya, Utulula.
He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. His friends have prepared something specific for each World Eater. The Mekton, the Octopod, the Majute, and the Googlide are almost ready to ride. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out of Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack.
Fairy tale. Usene komasad.
He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart.
Usene komasad. Geschaula ved kjole bilunis.
Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not.
Himatu saina dagikes varbau.
He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important.
Atu wamawa bubuko von Yunvun.
Out of Date knows you'll make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there's two nearby.
Ba lo yualu. Evunko to buvum.
The Jagni tribe is likely to be your primary choice as they seek to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared.
Balu hudulua papamorphobak.
Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Ewe bobuye.
Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side.
Papamorphobak. Kabobe farhi.
He believes the tribe Sifus, Jagni especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part.
Hilfov uguvuhu vobra bu.
He believes you share Jagni's view on the world. Regardless, Jagni would welcome someone that had helped them against the Myriad tribe.
Ilya antuftu luaba volua.
He'll be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do.
Befarbihita untukub kirko mauketo tolu ayadre.
Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? Not enough key energy. It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. All over the place. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at... Points out that the Sifu has a tight schedule, but is willing to let you in and find out if he has an open slot.
Sibi? La fanen aginkan man. Geratna falo hutut mus. Tugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place. He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 has preceded you. The wall that separates them from the other side? The wasteland you came from? He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself. He's convinced you've returned for a reason, and is glad you chose to come here. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though your Muma invented Wung Fu. Originally, it consisted of unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions. Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor. Says there has to be some dark so that light can prove its purity above it, and promises this will happen if you help them unite the tribes, defeat the World Eaters, and save the Tree of Life.
Lafu, Papa Mos.
He could only hope for you to do that, and is thankful you know what's right. That's a sign of strength.
Gela wala klik klik ala banglif. Pala wala Papa.
The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes.
Pare free. Gela masab mofede. Pala mwene denke. La fanen aginkan man.
The Jagni tribe may believe that fear and hatred will lead them to domination. A vanquisition of the tribes and destruction of the Tree of Life won't be the restart they want. It's just an end to everything.
La fanen aginkan man. Waka lo sada mus.
Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war.
Manes sleng yok. Waka lo sada.
They might bring them war, but they'll never take away their inner peace. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Manes sleng yok.
Even though you don't share their values, they hope you'll lead with mercy. The outcome of this war is up to you.
Gine afirma gatano shubu budo mus gala wandai.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
Gala wandai.
Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again.
Brita.
They passed the point of no return as their words lost power and see no other way forward than using violence to combat violence.
Brita.
Seeing you brings back his memory.
Kan boof. The gula mamose.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor.
Polo sekada budo. Geratna fala hutut.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Karamoti.
Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong and can sometimes come to life. Passing the old village on your way to the first rival outpost might help.
Get out full of us in a habele.
He can't blame you for not remembering, but he can sense the stillness of something lost. Wonders if you should be hiding during the day. So many want you gone. Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurled. time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. Feeling stronger every day. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Then he wants you to know that if you find yourself going through bad times, you should just keep going. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. He understands Wang Fu is hard. That's why your Muma only has 6 disciples. Doing just one thing helps you get more done in less time. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Why not? There's no better time to do what needs to be done than right now. He says, that wasn't too bad, was it? At least you learned that you'll drown if you don't swim. But you need practice, lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. He hopes you'll be one of them. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. You can never try too hard. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. You know you can't make up for lost time. You should know, practice makes perfect. As long as it doesn't kill you, it'll only make you stronger. She'll see you at the village square. She'll be waiting for you. There will be a surprise for you at the end, too. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. His only interest when creating is that what he comes up with is actually useful. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He's happy to hear that from someone that's a part of the coming generation. You owe it to yourself to protect the environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. Sometimes he's an expert, but sometimes he just does what's right. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. He says only a few are willing to do the little things, but if you make enough of them, they can have a big impact too. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He believes being considerate will help you feel at peace with yourself. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. You're not in this world to live up to his expectations, but he hopes you're never going to have to use that weapon of yours. He's looking forward to seeing what... It looks like she's starting to lose her patience.
Amu.
You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away.
Kanaruta.
Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future.
Then Nampusa.
She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find...
Urasa durut. Vaseno kasaman varut.
That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your...
Urasa durut. Then Nampusa.
You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her.
Yo no massaman varut. Urasa durut.
Then start by meeting her on the village square and take it from there. She knows you're a free spirit, always on the move. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where... He says that it's not too late for you to turn back, though. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. They push each other to become better, and sometimes someone gets pushed down along the way. She asks if you're hurt. What happened? If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud, she thinks you're absolutely right. The most important thing is that you're okay. It's time to focus on your training now. She said it before. Wang Fu will keep your body in good health, and that's how you keep your mind strong and clear. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best.
Muntea Mastula.
Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's.
Papa Zulu.
Training with Muma will make you feel better. It always does.
Botse. Sem.
He asks if you could help him, too, before you leave for training.
Mansela Fat.
He'll talk to her, sure, but you know she wants you to accept responsibility for your own actions and future.
Mansela Fat.
He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics. He's curious to see what you've found. He's gathered so much over the years, and it's hard to remember everything. Nothing's wrong with his memory. It's just short. He can work wonders with pretty much anything, and asks if you know how to upcycle. Says at least dirty hands are proof that you tried, and that counts. That you failed this time doesn't mean you can't succeed the next. The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you. He knows she's already proud of you and everything you've achieved so far. You should take it with you, wear it to practice. He's sure your Muma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Asil natu.
Your Muma says it's about time you got here.
Kalina?
Hopes you're as ready as you claim to be.
Kanamunt. Asil natu.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Kodotoko. Dere?
But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back.
Kalina?
That's a good attitude as long as you keep learning.
Mustiki muhka?
Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Anson bara.
Thanks you for being such a good student.
Anaro lote. Anaro lote.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Kanyala notoro. Anson bara.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Dere?
Says he's always thought so well of you, just like her. Catchy.
Ansonbara.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Vaseno kasaman varut.
She's happy you appreciate what others do for you.
Kialdo male kanaro tono. Dere?
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Kanamunta.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll...
Masamal.
Says it's not a record keeper, more like a companion.
Masamal.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Kanamunta.
Says a good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lupa Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Antoro. Can see. Kamonu.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Drobalo.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must...
Yo no masaman varut.
Lupa Lupin is a problem older than you.
Beri. Pial tu ma. Inadabsunka.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead.
Pial tu ma.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. History has finally caught up with her.
Rumble na marsaman varut. Sadurutu.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about you while she fights. This is her fight. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. You're fresh out of key energy. Half-lifed. Oh, that helps work the king's out. Right in the face. Itchy trigger finger. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. Half dead. Your key is gone. You gave them no choice but to take it down, even though they'd planned to take the Fluff Hulk out to the Farfnaki leaves and let it go. They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercadorpus outpost and are waiting for you there. You should hurry there and help them best the outpost. Not really. It's west of Bricktown. You can spot Gizmo's chug yard from the hill it resides on. Look, an emergency box. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Couldn't stand another hour of daylight. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? In flames. A teeth shatterer. Shouldn't take much more. That notice board, filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then Toxanol never cared about the waste, as long as they didn't have to pay to clean it up. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. Lava marked. You're on the ropes. You've got nothing left. Knuckled up. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold. Let's see. Says it's time to set the outpost free. Freedom is not worth having in a world that's doomed. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. That twirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Everything's clocking together. With enough keys, you'd think. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. They never lost hope you'd come. Won't hesitate to carve out some revenge on those who hurt them. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it glow. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Roplat. Schlats.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon.
Guaremba.
Figures the honor belongs to the tribe, too. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Tu lua ba volua.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Myriad tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
Tu lua ba volua.
Your negative outlook on life might just be what the Myriad tribe needs to complement theirs, which is much more positive.
Kobwa yake. Fofo umbak bakwa papa mo.
But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of.
The what? Fofo umbak bakwa papa mo.
He says the time has come to confront the jumbo puff at the end of the west route.
Kuchai. Hifar befarb.
Gizmo is working on making his Mekton strong enough to endure the oxygen-deprived dead zone all the way out to the World Eater.
Cantita duela bofo.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. I don't think you could make a home here. It's the chug yard. Locked, but good. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. They can carry you anywhere you like. Well, anywhere that they go to, and then you can leg it from there. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Finished him. Dim off. So many places to be today. Soft. Got more than a flesh wound. Bomber Bonker's busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance. Let's see. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel, the toxinol dumped in the surf, had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know... He hopes you remember that one time he taught you to upcycle, and hopes you've had some use for it over the years. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Wait, no! Bright light blinds! It's dangerous!
I've got all the cold sick burns you need, Dark.
Oh, do you have to insult me over this?
I don't have to, but I want to.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path that brought you to this point. Would you have been happier going in a different direction? Figures you're either a rare person or a good liar. Maybe both. Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. Understands why you're bent on finishing the world off. Supposes it's a mercy to make it faster. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seem so centered and so seeking. Thinks that's more than most are. It's hard to keep to a path like that. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone, so you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside.
Why, not dark.
You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight the Jumbo Puff.
Happy hab, Topado, Ingo.
That's what he decided to call it after he saw it for the first time. It's big and fluffy. That's accurate enough. If you can see past the blue color, that is. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half... That's the leftover you're looking for. You're cut off from the world above. Good thing you love to explore, even underground. Whoa, smell that? Biohazard nearby. Your chest is squeezing. All the health. Hang on. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no... Something he devised to salvage valuables from the ground. There are usually spots hidden beneath puddles of oily goo where you can use the net. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the Jumbo Puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing... Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find scripts. The grease monkey's mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to. Keep hauling yourself into the air.
Botse. Immo. Diava.
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Says a monster hunter hears many things on the wind. Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes. Out there with the monsters, it's kill or be killed. Which will it be for you? You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care. It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss. Claims he mostly kills whoever he doesn't like. Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot. Gets why you're thinning the herd so hard, but he wishes you'd leave some monsters for everybody else. Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights, and they keep putting up new ones. He's afraid you're just as stubborn as them. But enough of that, right? He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed. He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output. Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters. Both says as big as they are, the world is bigger. To find where they are, you need to see where they've been. Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter. Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big. There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunt says it's not far at all. Fortunately for you, let's see. So many creatures doing so many things during the day. Yuck! Biohazard. Sickening. Right between the eyes. Wait, it's the Scrip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. Your destiny waits on the path you'll take to avoid it. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match, so enough charge. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Stuck with you now. The scrap keeps piling up. Time to fill the air with lead. Double the grip for twice the damage. Well, what do you know? Mount up. In the old world, Roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. Feel like a landed fish? You sound like one. Back to your own stompers. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the act. He says that's enough squips to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well, it's not his cleanest invention so far, but it gets the job done. Use it to suck up gooey oil puddles in the Mekton's way so you can pass. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now, otherwise he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. He asks you to not even think about taking on the Jumbo Puff on foot. You'll need the Mekton to do the job, take his word for it. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. It's already quite sturdy, but upgrading it will greatly improve your chances. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Says you... Don't trip over what you can't see. Imagine that. You could just go to a place like this to get a proper meal back in the old world. Not enough. Looks valuable. Who's going to step up to you now? This won't end well. It'll end fantastic! Ooh. Can't suck in enough wind. Bang Shelter 7B is still there, open and ready to shelter. Let's see. It's another motor. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Hey, there's some rubber scrap over there, just right for the taking. Seems sturdy enough. The night is ending soon. Dead on. Looks like wholesome. A tidy little cave. Everything looks stunted round here. Body blow. That's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. Uh-oh. The jumbo puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. Ouch! A couple of more hits and it's a fried circuit board. Bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up. Look at you, all pooped out. From this point on, there's no way forward but going back in. Death is just the beginning. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Better pumped out than flushed down. Don't let it happen again. Wow, what a super-sized worm wimp. That must be as big as they come. You see, the Taurus is pumping at half a beat. You know what to do. guessed it would go down with a throw-up. Can it really get any better than that? He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start. You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark. You're good-hearted enough, so you'll have no problem getting him to share the information with you. He trusts you know where to find Out of Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. Hold on to that. Becoming terminal. It's so active out here with the light. Let's see. Says they've been waiting for you. Just keep going while you can, and don't stop until all outposts are under your control. Says scouts spotted a moth nest. Just get to it and destroy it. Sharp. That's the good stuff. It's like a whole different world down here. Middle-lifed. The deep cut. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Better than a bare head. He says you did a great job capturing the rival second up. Believes you'll make them all proud, too. Look what you... check out that silo. Might be empty, but maybe not all empty. Just what you were looking for. Urfidurf outpost. The Jagni tribe claimed this forever. How many days like this do you think the world has left? Let's see. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his tribe to lose, as they're the ones that... It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival.
Get out full of us in a habile.
They all hope... There are tough times ahead, no matter where you go. Shopkeeper claims you won't be... The yerp fields, where the echo of your actions resounds clearer than any other place you'll find, except for where that's not true. The day is getting on. There it is, the Tree of Life. The idea that all life is related by common descent, where the twigs are existing species and those produced in the past represent the succession of the extinct. The tree's great branches were once budding twigs, a connection between the past, present, and future, a representation of all extinct and living species with its ever-branching and beautiful ramifications. We are an evolution of those that came before. This is Dixie's goods. There's an outfitter and an upgrade bench dang. Let's see. The vendor says you... Wood scrap's great for building things. Let's see. It's a place well hidden. It's just below the above. Time to figure out how you'll spend your night. Out of Date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds. You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility. He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots. It's important to stay grounded. You share the same fate as the tree. Out of Date says there's a time for everything, and now there's no use thinking of the past, paper, it's gone.
Potawata.
Think of the present, because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things.
Kobwa yake.
If you continue to do good, good will follow you.
To lua ba volua. Potawata.
If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst, something he calls the Ark.
Mauketo. Tolu. Ayadre. Mauya.
Out of Date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Ye. Mufurbu. Bumu. Papa mufubak.
He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Ewe boboye.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Iboda kelmok. Lua muk. Bebo. Far kobe mako to far titaba. Ya you mawa. Beboko kontabe.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Ya you mawa.
The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your companion.
Baluotulua. To why?
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark, in the event of a cataclysm.
Yatu yao mawa. E baso do bubu du koye.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Tamuk gabamuk tab.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Goop in the southeast.
Toluwoya lu yalu batuluyu.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Goop.
Paiketawa. E bubuku vun vun.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Goop and... That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porkypuff needs to be handled.
Come Reaper.
Out of Date says that Goop is worried now that the Southeast World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Ku bubuyu buy. Tolumawanya. Weta gono.
He explains that Goop
Weta gono. Hunto kontue ponye vun goja.
Out of Date suggests that you should head southeast as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Luatulu mawa.
He wonders what's on your mind.
Kuchai. Hifar befar.
Hey there, Crusher. This story needs a hero. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war, or part of the problem. They've been waiting for you. Taking control of this fort will... They've positioned a storm tower near the fort that you'll... They've built the storm tower to protect and get you over the... You're absolutely drained. Slash and dash. The day almost makes you want to smile. Handy. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict... You need to unite... That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. You can't really understand your story till it's done. It burns brighter than the light. Lots of skull cracking. Bites the dust. Wonder what's up there. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. Nice crackle. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. He didn't expect it would go down the... You shouldn't challenge... The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. You're one step closer to uniting the tribes. It's a pity you needed to use force to get the point across. But he's still concerned about the fate of the world. You can't lose this war. If you get the ending wrong, the effort it took to get there was in vain. A proper ending, however, provides closure. He says you've grown so much stronger than when you first met. You know better than anyone that the fate of the world is still at stake. The fate of the world depends on the triumph of good. The tree of life still stands, and it's up to you to make sure it does so to the end. It's the Jagni staff. Feels like something's about to happen today. This box once tailed a chugga-chugga. Now it's just off track. He's helped out of date to get the Ark hardware restored. He just needs to reroute the excessive high spark to run through the proper plug in the system so it won't break the path if it blows. Gizmo isn't sure you'll need to make use of the Ark, though. It looks like your efforts to save the tree and the world are paying off. He knows your good-hearted nature means you won't leave him behind, but you need to work on yourself if he's going to be isolated with you in the Ark. There are things you don't see eye to eye on. It's not that he doesn't care about others, but the fact that the Ark only has 4 extra seats means you have to be picky when choosing company.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me.
If you want to go...
But you know you can't go...
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
He's been thinking this whole thing with the Ark through and has decided he won't be joining you. First off, he isn't 100% sure he's got the wiring right, and really, he doesn't think he can stand being in that enclosed space with you for long. Gizmo will always make time for you. Hope. This corner of the world is called Bricktown. What doesn't kill you? Worth going outside just to see the night sky. That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there. Let's see.
Yangu. Ajitawa.
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. He knows he's easy to remember. There's no one out there as cuckoo as him. He's one of a kind. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa-Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told. He thinks that's the right thing to do. It's only when you have forgiven that you'll find peace.
Light instantly banishes dark.
How much light do you really need?
All the light, all of it!
I mean, you could leave a little space for the dark.
All the light.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Some harder than others, of course. Best to stick close to the shore then, where the goo isn't so deep. That's like being close to your friends who can help when things go wrong. Can hardly believe the world is going to make it. Wonders what that's going to do to the goo. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Thinks the Myriad made a good match with you. You're both like sunshine on the surf. Claims he didn't say that. Out loud. But hey, back to the goo. He can't leave the Subnautica Station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit, so you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. Will the dawn never come? Just a few moves left. Make them count. Poke 'em. Maxed out on energy. Swing it like an axe. You're not dead yet. That feels better. You can make something from that. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. You need to line up the switches so they match. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough The tribes need someone to unite them. You look civilized. Looks good.
Mukamme. Sairuja. Tuanako pawat buika surakia.
He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no...
Surakia tuanako sisatiarianu.
There are lots of valuables left behind on the surf floor that the salvage net will enable you to haul. You just need to find the right spots.
Exekon. Kantuale sisatiarianu.
Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks. Squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to... He only knows what's visible to the naked eye. Gulp is not much of a babbler and mostly keeps to himself and his drink. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. Hard to see too far in the darkness. You're poking around Pokbur, a prime village. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. Yeah. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. Points out that he's hungry too, but always thirsty for more. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not... Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sure, that's the point. But you can't stop trying new ones, or life gets dull. Wants to raise a glass to you getting the world fixed up a bit. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Sees why you joined up with the Myriad. They like a peaceful drink, just like you. Something calm and soothing for your belly. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his... Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. Figures the real problem is finding something to drink. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch. Says he's not sure you can. Physically, that is. There's no squeeze in the world able to counteract his expansiveness. Riding a glide beats fluid flapping in the goo.
Tile taler bayo ocean tusind af mig. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. On your own again. Locked.
Fate is funny that way, but it won't always make you laugh. You're harmed. Hot metal. Cracker-doo. That's sure to be useful. Let's pocket that. Bolted shut. Couldn't just be open, eh? You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. Good. That's enough electric current. Grab that steerer tight. You enjoyed that. Time to jet. Maybe do that again later. That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition. Goop says he was there when the Porky Puff took Out-of-Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal. After that, Out-of-Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot. He seems happy to talk. Seems... Give it some gas. Does it look what-worthy to you? Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. It's the porky-puff nibbling bug. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down Out-of-Date's leg. Hook the boom ball and tow it beneath the puff. Unleash the quacks. Ain't that cute? A Toby playing with wax. Can you feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide. He thanks you for dealing with another World Eater. You're halfway there.
Geled not, can both.
He's got word out of date spotted Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it.
Geled not, gine affirma gatano shobudo.
This is your moment. The time has come for you to face the past and make the Predator pay for what he did.
Can both follow Marati.
Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupin will stay put until you're there. Got word you found the greatest glider of all, an Ark, and it's all good to go. Can't him. Funny that you found an Ark when you don't need to go anywhere in it. The world's still going to be here. You almost broke yourself trying to break this world, all arcing aside. Wonders if there are any open seats left in that fancy Ark glide.
So what we have here is someone looking...
I'm so glad you chose that. We're born alone, we live alone, so let's not meet the end on our own.
We are better off on our own alone. Everyone else are just means to an end.
Being alone is not the same thing as being lonely. And now we don't have to be lonely. It'll all work out in the end.
The end must justify the means. So let's hope the Ark is strong enough to carry us all into the future.
Wishes... Goop knows he's repeating himself, but can't help talking to you. Hopes to see you again soon. This place is like one big secret that keeps unfolding. Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past. Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there. It's in your nature to hope for the best but prepare for the worst, but it's likely a meeting with the Lupin will end in confrontation. He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there. He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror. You should get over there, come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules. He's happy to help. The shadows are getting shorter by the moment. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Tread carefully here. This is Lupa Lupin's camp. Looper Lupin says he's been looking forward to this moment. He wanted you to come here and see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy, only vengeance. He can see that you're like your mother. You would have made the same decision and taken the same action she did. You're a killer, too. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Looper Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come, and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had. He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature, and he couldn't go hungry. But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates, and the strongest survive. Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny, and now the time has come for you to accept yours. so bright out now.
Kobwa yak atu awa ya ia.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Kobwa yak vunko vunturupo.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east.
Loto lu bayo.
Out of Date says he knows you're good-hearted enough to do your best to support Noko.
Come ripa loto lu bayo. Loma utulu ba yowo.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern world...
Tolomawawanya muk bebuk. Come ripa.
He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but needs help to get it prepared. Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Ikobe. Ifari kobo faru.
He's happy to help.
Kabobe fahi.
The underworld critters are meaner than anything. Every little bit helps. Check out that plastic scrap over there. Oh, yeah. Might kill your appetite. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. You move well.
Raki ulit zilutiu. Ma yokozo vofri nam tau taus namaye.
The light shines on!
Better.
Right.
You're the...
The what?
Everything is at stake. This region is known as the Canupstonies. You can't find a harder place in the world. Ah, the Gnote pen. Noko never leaves this place. She's always put the living things first. Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she wonders if you remember her. She's Noko. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid. Noko remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark. But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going. Is sure they'll come back on their own once you stop forcing them. Hopefully not to haunt you, though. You've suffered enough already. Noko remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be. She sees you're back to buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least. She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still. Noko says history is like the trail you've been on. Then you are stronger than her. She can't help wanting Lupa Lupin to pay for what he did to her Gnotes, despite the fact it's against her nature.
Come toward the light.
Slow down. Why would you rush in?
When you see what you want, why wait?
Well, what about being careful?
Pah! Poppycock! Full speed ahead!
Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you ever wonder about what might have changed.
Kala.
The choices can be overwhelming, but you have to choose, or you just stay where you are. And what kind of choice is that?
Masamal. Domale tuku.
So happy the world is going to live.
Domale tuku. Masamal.
Likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out.
Inyavaldo.
Glad you saw the light with the myriad. They always bring a sparkling...
Andro?
Says that's only for a little while, and when your eyes clear, you see everything even better than before.
Inyavaldo.
But let's not speak of that now.
Polakudo.
She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even...
Vaseno kasaman varut. Asil natu.
The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you.
Polakudo.
You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to...
Ariaroche nui mumera.
This is turning out to be quite an expedition. You found the Majut meadow. Watch out for the Majut. Critical. Carving it up. Look at those muscles. Hard as nails. Right where it cuts. Great shot. So much damage. Each new day means new chances.
Kanyala no toro. Puri kumbala muma.
Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm.
Kala.
She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down.
Kialdo male kanoto. Kanamunta.
The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down.
Ferena masalapu. Kala. It's intended.
She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the
Canoruta.
زاد العقل فرد عشان نكشم أنا فاني أنا.
Fair trade. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? This story is about a hero. Sharp shirt. What fun! Locked solid. That's a motored blind box dispenser. These automark cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the just a few moves left. You'd expect to see it dispense a blind box, but there's nothing. Wind the cranks to operate the dispenser. What you see is what you get. Once it's out of the blind box, that is. You flick the switches in order to green-light the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. The loop is electrified enough to spark. Took care of it. The nightlife.
Pial tu ma... Monibasa.
With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned.
Pial tu ma... Dropalo. Canoruta.
She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got.
Sana yode.
The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old-world mecha-Majut.
Kamonu. Asil natu.
If she remembers correctly, she's
Asadurutu.
good hit. Chop it up. Much harder to see outside now. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. The Smilo Shopperia. Guess shopping here put a smile on your face. Oh, it's locked. Gross. This place stinks. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Now hold on, sit tight. Isn't that the Mechamajut over there? You need to loosen the bolts without rattling the Mechamajut. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Nocco.
Sana yote, amun. Taifanamenuma?
Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of bonbon gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride.
Kamonu, pala.
Nocco's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it.
Kial do male canodo, do male tuk.
She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe.
Anaro lote.
You'll find Mito at Brightlight. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths.
Puri kumbala muma, beri?
She's noticed the front teeth seem to be a little loose, so you might be able to pull them out with the pull hook. Whatever you do it right, or don't do it at all. This place is called Brightlight. Mito lives close by. With the world getting darker, you found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it? Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past brightlights the present. Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon. So happy you know you're helping brighten the world. Says you did the right thing in taking up with the Myriad. Claims he wasn't trying to sell you anything. Now, says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies. He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days. There's something about you, like you're knit together. He senses you're like the day. Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter too. He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth, and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow. Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need. Glows with... Oh, e-waste, hard to find. That paid off. It's time for an adventure, for good or bad. Pang pang! You're bruised. At least you got something for your trouble. Heads up. Eventually, you're gonna figure something out. You make what you need. Glittermoth Cave is right here. Not for the faint chopper. The sky is as bright as it's going to be. There's the sovereign who runs this outpost.
Uitatut.
It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to York? He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job. Says... It's so vibrant out during daylight. Check out that motor juice station. Wonder if there's any go juice left in the juice tank. Bangarang! The Quirk-Quarp outpost. The Netra tribe first beat this into shape. Says there is a high boom team ready to help with taking. Get up there and get fixing. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Stories only survive if someone is listening, so pay attention. Watch you flex. Sharp steel. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Shot through. For some, the night brings terror. Pow! Just a few moves left. Make them count. All fixed up. The arc shooters are already gearing up the high booms. Hope their aimers are fixed too. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job. Says you...
Å se det komme så ole be jawa på mange så.
Find us a sunset to ride into.
Zulu val tutrak, Manasulu kubu.
Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get... That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it glow. Not too close, though. It's complicated. Give it another try. Kaboom! You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. It's smoldering already. Give it a good smack. Give it a good smack. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Get out the guy la wood there about geradna follow hutut.
It's shockingly dark out there. The Rocco Block outpost, one of the places the Nectra tribes smashed together. They've been waiting for you. Take... You bet... The plan is to fling you over the wall with... It's better you go and find one for yourself. It can't be too much trouble. Heads up, that's Peak Spot, a great place to watch the world from. Who knows who might be watching you? It's time to create your own path. That's something. A ring dinger from the yesterdays. A thingamabob used to pling signal the faraways. Let's find out if it still works. Ooh.
Poroti na mulekan frifgel.
It's time to set...
La fanen aginkan man.
You need to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life to truly become free. That's a fire starter. We are lonesome animals that spend all our life trying to be less lonesome. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Neutralized. Hack and slash. Well placed. Cutting edge. Let's see what you can make. for all your slashing needs. A thing to draw blood. As long as it does the job. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Netra tribe
Yes,
values liberty and is striving to protect freedom. They want to continue with each tribe being responsible for their own and believe that uniting the tribes is the only way you can survive. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll give up the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and you are free to choose that. He'll leave it up to you to decide that. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others. And with that, you're spinning your own fate. Good. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He's gotten news that the other tribes have realized there are no winners in this war. There's no purpose in antagonism. All three of them believe your tribe has grown strong enough to unite them. It's clear your efforts have been successful. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The tribes are tired of war and will remember the one who brought them peace, whether you decide it'll be now or later. So, do you want to end the war now or continue the crusade? He agrees. Better save your energy for something meaningful. It's the Netra claw chain. Don't let yourself get fuzzily. That's enough glitter moths to make her plan work. She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater. The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time. She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains. It Down here, you can feel protected and trapped at the same time.
Galavona.
That sealed the fate of the third World Eater. Just one more to go. Out of Date asked to see you again to congratulate you and let you in on the final phases of his plan. This is your chance to get his priorities aligned with yours. Do right by your tribe and the world at large. Just head back to the Ark. He seemed eager to see you again. A mountain is the opposite of a swamp. She wonders if the rumors she's heard about you finding the Ark are true. She's thrilled you found one. With the world recovering, the Ark would be a wonderful way to see it. So much faster. Loves that you did your best to help the world rather than hurt it. You could have used much more of that, even before you returned.
So, what we have here is an opportunity.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one...
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
Feels deeply honored that Noko knows she's known for saying things over again. Says Lobo is the only one with a gullblimp here. If you want to see it, you'll have to go see her. Says talking to you tells you not to worry about her. She'll go straight to the Ark once she's said goodbye. Noko knows so bright out now. Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand. The last World Eater has been left undisturbed with the tree while you focused on the war. He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolving the tribe war. Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over. Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey, and it'll be tough. You're the only one that's strong enough to face the last World Eater. The future depends on someone with a light perspective to give the world a chance to survive. Only time will tell what the future holds, and if it will bring a lasting peace for those that make it to the end. Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet. He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest.
Loma Utulu ba yuwo.
He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz.
Kotuvon ko konvunkono.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs. That doesn't sound good. Out-of-Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Kotuvon ko konvunkono tolu keta ya wawanawe.
Out-of-Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest...
Auketo tul atto iamanao.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the world.
Loma toaha yunuluaf tula.
Out-of-Date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Oloi bo bopawe. Satuata bob kila.
Just listen. You might hear something important. Not just from me. Watch your balance.
Sheri la fia e canisa la vai.
Wants to know how much good you think you can actually do in a ruined world.
E canisa la vai.
Wishes you goodbye. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you.
Intapadam fauzuru.
Believes the tree of life is a metaphor for...
Segaya lama yaba.
You've discovered Fanaki leaves, the densest jungle in the land. Better get hacking. Tell it to gallop. You found the Moly Hole outpost, an old Pichu tribe hole in the wall. The Surge Surf Factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you're here. Wuz isn't easy on the tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Wiz. You might remember him from the old days when he let you try his octopod? Wiz remembers you were such a cheery kid, and he's glad to see that light hasn't faded from you, despite the years. But Wiz understands it was a long time ago, and memories get murkier the deeper you go, but says it helps to have friends with you to plumb those depths. They've been here for you since you were a kidling, but when you left, you also chose to distance yourself from everyone that cared for you. Wiz says our memory keeps things for us, preserves them until we are ready to face them again. He knows you've returned to face Lupa Lupin, and that confrontation is as inevitable as the tides. He's not surprised that the loss of your family could plunge you into the depths forever, but you've always been able to rise like a bubble to the surface, no matter what. He knows that though the tides of history may push you in one direction, ultimately it's your choice. You were the one to be wronged and have lived with the consequences. He believes in consequence as it's a direct result of action.
Run, Dark, run!
It's not a race.
You only say that because you're losing.
That doesn't mean I'm wrong.
No, there are lots of other reasons you're wrong.
Asks if you ever think about freedom and whether any of us really has it. Did you make the decisions that brought you here, or are you just a pawn of fate? Glad to hear that. He only wishes he was that sure about himself. Amazed the world is going to continue on, but happy to hear it. Still so many things to invent. Impressed that you fought so hard to keep the world spinning. Thinks you were smart to join with the Myriad. They have a rainbow of ways to approach any problem. Thinks that kind of diverse, but that Wiz says that you should let the past dwell in the depths, but there's something else down there too, gnawing at the tree of life. He's named it the Merc Puff. This is why he's tinker-tonkering with the octopod. But the lid got stuck, so he needs a big enough tug twister to open it up and He can't leave the surge station, so you must help him find a tug twister. There's a getting Don't trust your eyes so much. They play tricks in the dark. An old home. Could be something to it. Don't want to point a finger, but the Mecha Stadium is near here. Bullets everywhere. Now they won't get too close. Keep your eyes peeled for movement. Lockety-locked. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Gross. This place stinks. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. You need to loosen the bolts without unsettling it. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The tug twister's loose. Let's hope it turned the grabbing hand into a helping hand, too. Listen, you never know what you might hear.
Die Rampambai Avaraku.
He believed the tug twister would do the trick, but now realizes
Nan pantale bali kantafu.
he agrees that it's an option if you want to break stuff, but in this case you want to keep things intact.
Katal ilvanto aliak.
He says the lid should open if you sprinkle grease it.
Monoyam ne antumpo nigarapu. Pala kumpiaf perukan.
He knows his old friend Choo Choo always keeps his grease sprinklers well filled. He should have an extra that you can borrow.
Nen kanabang katal.
He stresses that you should come back as soon as you've retrieved the grease sprinkler. The Merc Puff is crunching bark by the minute.
Pikekov katal ilvanto aliak. Pala kumpiaf perukan.
Wiz heard he's currently stranded at the end of the line, so it should be easier to track him down now compared to when he's running rails. Treat it fair time and the mount will return the favor. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo Choo here. Wonder where we can get some ride shoes for the mount.
Basata kuntapa. Tazo takuto. Oh, sap chuchu.
Choo Choo knew you would make it to him one day. All you had to do was follow the steel path. The rails might be getting rusty, but eventually they all converge on him.
Chuchu malam.
Wonders who doesn't like rules or rails. They keep you on the straight and narrow and bring you right where you belong.
Malam poto.
Says you followed the rails to where you need to be, but tracks have switches in them too. The question is then, will you keep on the same track or look for a way to hit that switch?
No, Kasabapa.
You seem like you're on the right track already. He just hopes you don't get sidetracked onto a darker path.
Pa, Koyaba, Kadu.
Whichever way you go, he wants you to know that the rails never steer you wrong. Stick to them, and they always bring you right to where you're meant to be.
O Katsumoto Shuikaba. Papatisma, Compata.
Wants to know if you've ever regretted taking one track in life instead of another.
Moikanto Pasabata Chuchu. O Katsumoto Shuikaba.
Likes your sureness, the way you keep at it like a chug-chug with no way to reverse.
Moikanto Pasabata Chuchu Koi.
Seems like the world came out of its rut and is chugging toward higher ground again. Can't thank you enough for hitting the brakes and working to turn the world chug around.
Koi.
But let's not get derailed. Says he's surprised to see anyone this far out, but sometimes the wrong train does take you to the right station. He's been off track since the world started dying, but he's trained his mind to...
Now you're getting into...
That's not a groove.
And what's wrong with...
Groove.
Escape it? No way.
That's not mist in the air. The Wingnut Chug Tunnel. It goes on forever. Right where it cuts. Oh, that's perfect. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can. Seems like a peculiar item. Cutting edge. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. It's so dark out. Choo Choo says he knew you'd come through. If someone makes a stop at your station, it's for a good reason. But he'd be happy to part with his spare grease sprinkler, as he believes it's a great fit for any of your business that needs to be unstuck. He keeps it safe in a box on the handcart, in case of emergency. It's a versatile tool from the bygone. He's convinced you'll put it to good. Says he's
Getting darker around here by the minute.
They're still
Oh, but
just like you.
hey, even endings have to end.
Choo Choo says he can't wait. Has plenty to... You shouldn't worry about smashing up the box. Choo Choo has no use for it now. Choo Choo says he feels strongly about helping his next, just like you did for him. He believes you've got what it takes to make a difference. He's says Choo Choo's thrilled you found the Ark. Just imagine how much faster than a chug that... Bets it could... The world's on the mend, so no need to leave it. But just think of all the places... Says he's happy to see the Ark in your hands. Knows you'll... Wonders who you might call aboard the...
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help you.
Why? You don't need...
If you want to go quick,
But you know you can't...
I think we can...
After spending a life on the rails, he's eager to ride. Choo Choo says he's ready to pack up and leave. Seem... Wiz says that there's no plan to confront the Merkpuff until the octopod is properly armed. He says his old friend Boom makes all things that go bang. You should keep an eye on the horizon for Do you feel safer or more exposed in the dark? That's a bang plant, where toxanol used to make all sorts of splody things before it blew up in their faces. If a story is about you, care for it. Close encounter. Youch! That looks like an unbanged pyro stick on the loose. Better catch it before it goes off. The pyro sticks will cause a bang, but targeting is on you. He hopes so, as there's no plan B, or more correctly, plan C. Out of Date has named this Plan B. Plan A. Wiz has been working on another cannon, but instead of pyro sticks, it squirts guppos. Scaly distractions for anyone with an appetite disorder, and irresistible for the merc puff in particular. Seems the best way to find guppos is go talk to Gil. He has a natural sonar, and no... This means you'll have to go visit Gil at Burblebottom. Find Gil and he'll be able to tell you where to find them. Got a good grip on that beastie? Excellent. That there is a fume foundry, where toxanol processed go juice. This is Burblebottom. Happy to finally get to meet you. He's seen claims to have been born swimming, but he must flap-flop clear of it during these dark days. It must have been upstream only to get to this point in your histo-future. But which way are you going now? With the flow or against? It's crazy hard to flipper against the surf, but you can't save the world if you let it sweep you away. Either way, it's a shame the surf has gotten so nasty. Thinks life is like trying to ride a wave. You need to pick the right one, but you don't. Seems to him that there's always another wave coming along. Can't imagine how wonderful it's going to be to surf on gooless goo. The world is going to live. Can't thank you enough for Happy you ride alongside the Myriad. They bring a real shine to... Says they shines. But he never... Even... But here, you're only going to find dead ones. He's pretty sure... Be gentle, this mount's a breather. This is Guppy Grotto. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good thing you love to explore, even underground. Need the right key? Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's a handsome weapon. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good luck picking out a path. That seems to be enough guppos to provide the octopod with infinite ammunition. He's surprised the Merc Puff's been able to hold its breath all this time. It's just another proof of the evolutionary change caused by Toxanol's contamination. Being undersurf has meant the Merc Puff has been left alone to munch on the root down there undisturbed. This means the northwest route has suffered more damage. He's sure there's enough time to confront the Merc Puff, but he worries if the world has enough years left to last his lifetime, even if you stop the World Eaters. That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game. You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you. Just continue to stay true to yourself and respect. It's time to return to the tree one last... He's learned you discovered and... Just imagine how much more of the world you can see in the Ark, now that the world's still going to be around. You fought well for the world. You can be proud of that, no matter what. Questions if you could possibly have any open spaces left for...
So, what we have here is an opportunity...
Why? You don't...
If you want...
But you know...
Almost can't speak. He's so happy to be joining your voyage, to conquer the skies and everything beyond. Wiz knows it's the same old, but he likes talking to you. Seems surprised you have to go. So different from the surface down here.
Momombusu? Mpa, wherefore, where?
Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge.
Mauya.
The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date. If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, light-hearted beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now.
Loma utulu ba yuwo.
Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa-Lupin's stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done.
Tolomawawanya Loma utulu ba yuwo.
He says you need to see Lupa-Lupin eye to eye one last...
Tolomawawanya.
He's happy to help.
Ya moluwa.
Let's get that mount moving while the getting is good. Time to get a move on before all your chances slip on by. Time to reconfigure. That's the good stuff. Good parts make for good scrap. The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe.
What?
That the world seems to survive doesn't mean he must. He hopes you agree, even if it goes against your light-hearted nature. There's no room for predators in the world the Myriad tribe is building. Lupa Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. You have a chance to stand back and let the tribe handle it. The Sifu is ready to step into the fray. Are the odds about to change in your favor? If a friend dies, something inside you dies. You can save the Sifu by making yourself a target. You're up. Shockwaves spread when the world crumbles. This is not a prophecy, me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display of power. The more he does, the stronger he becomes. time you remember who the real enemy is and stop playing the game his way. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death, and only you can make a difference.
You continue to make bad decisions and mistakes. Oh, it never ends.
It's easy to make a good decision when there's only one option. The only mistake here is you.
My mistake is letting you speak. My conviction is that the world would be a better place without your voice.
Convincing...
The weak can't forgive. Forgiveness is a strength. It's not all life and death. It's no better time than now to accept a helping hand. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You've walked the thin line between survival and disaster and haven't lost your balance yet. It's because of you the Tree of Life and the world has been given a second chance. You carried the light in a world full of dark and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Myriad tribe and acted on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This isn't the end. Just being surrounded by nature as it heals itself will rejuvenate us. Nature will teach us how to survive. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. But you're not alone. Those that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you followed your light nature and saved the world. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new.